Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the second International Conference of Advanced Veterinary Science and Technology for Sustainable Development, organized by Faculty of Veterinary Medicine, Universitas Gadjah Mada, Indonesia, in collaboration with Asian Association of Veterinary School and the World Organization of Animal Health. My name is Karisma Dewi, and it has always been an honor for me to be your MC for the next couple of days. As a start, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to greet for the first one, Professor Dr. Ova Emilia as Director of Universitas Gadjah Mada. And then we'd like to greet Professor Tugu Budi Pitoyo as the Dean of the Faculty of Veterinary Medicine, Universitas Gadjah Mada. Prof. Abdul Rahman Omar, joining us from Malaysia. Good morning, Professor. Thank you for joining us. The keynote speakers and all of the invited speakers, good morning. Of course, we'd like to say good morning as well to the honorable guests. Thank you for joining us. And to all of the deans of the Faculty of Veterinary Medicine from Indonesia Association of Veterinary School. And of course, to you, all of the participants, we would like to appreciate your presence despite your busy schedule. As our next agenda, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to hear the national anthem of Indonesia, so please welcome Indonesia Raya. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, to welcome you to this event officially, we'd like to hear several opening remarks, and the first one will be delivered by Director of Universitas Gadjah Mada. So please welcome Professor Dr. Ova Emilia.
Dear distinguished speakers, participants, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Universitas Gadjah Mada, I warmly welcome all of you today at the second International Conference of Advanced Veterinary Science and Technologies for Sustainable Development 2022, organized by the Faculty of Veterinary Medicine, Universitas Gadjah Mada. I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate the Faculty of Veterinary Medicine, Universitas Gadjah Mada, in collaboration with the Asian Association of Veterinary School Association and the World Organization for Animal Health for organizing this virtual international conference. I'm proud to introduce Universitas Gadjah Mada briefly to all of you. Universitas Gadjah Mada has retained its status as Indonesia's #1 university this year, following the release of QS World University Ranking 2023. Globally, UGM has climbed 23 places from last year. UGM is also ranked number 59 based on Asian University Ranking. Since its early establishment, UGM is the place to learn for the young generation from various regions in Indonesia with their distinctive culture and local languages. UGM is implementing an Educopolis area, a step taken by universities in creating a conducive environment for the continuity of the learning process. These efforts are pursued in the context of developing multidisciplinary collaborations and responding to ecological issues to achieve the university's vision. UGM has engaged in a dedicated ecological development program by restricting vehicles from entering the campus, constructing new green dormitories on campus, providing a green transportation facility, which is electric buses for the academicians and also staff for reducing pollution. The COVID-19 pandemic has caused changes in human life around the world. UGM is also working hard to control the outbreak by producing various innovative diagnostic tools, such as the genomes and various research involving multiple disciplines. This shows that scientific collaboration is a necessity for the present life and the future, as shown in the second ICAVESS theme, multidiscipline collaboration for the innovative and productive development in veterinary science. Hopefully, it will bring people, not only academicians, but also communities and citizens, an awareness of the urge to implement integrated collaboration from various backgrounds in expertise. UGM is proud to lead the way in facilitating the interdisciplinary research dissemination of cutting-edge information and innovation. Therefore, we are pleased to host this conference and welcome all the distinguished speakers, presenters, and participants. On behalf of UGM, I believe the annual international, such as the second ICAVESS, is one of the excellent platforms to strengthen our interinstitutional collaboration, especially in veterinary, life sciences, and the environment. Moreover, I hope that this is not only will be impactful locally, but also globally. Finally, I wish you an enjoyable conference. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Prof. Ova, for the warm welcome to Universitas Gadjah Mada, Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, the next opening remarks will be delivered by the Dean of Faculty of Veterinary Medicine, Universitas Gadjah Mada. Therefore, please welcome Professor Teguh Budi Pitoyo.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Honorable President of ICAVESS, Speaker WOAH Asia Pacific Region, and ICAVESS representative, and all the distinguished participants. On behalf of the Faculty of Veterinary Medicine, Universitas Gadjah Mada, I wish you a warm welcome to the second International Conference of Advanced Veterinary Science and Technologies for Sustainable Development, the second ICAVESS 2022. This conference is made possible by the collaboration between Faculty of Veterinary Medicine, Universitas Gadjah Mada, with the ASEAN Association of Veterinary School, ICAVESS, and the World Organization for Animal Health, WOAH, founded as OIE. It is truly a honor and privilege for us to have the opportunity to welcome you all to this wonderful occasion. We understand that we all face challenges, but now we can also start to see the recovery of our world after the pandemics that hit us around year of 2020. Hopefully, the world will heal and recover soon and very soon. The second ICAVESS 2022 brings the theme of multidiscipline collaboration for the innovative and productive development in veterinary science. In this exciting event, the organizing committee would like to deliver a message that knowledge and expertise are interconnected, and the need for collaboration between various backgrounds is rising over the years. As implied in the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, the scope of aspect and factor for answering the breadth and dynamic of the problem that must be resolved would not be achievable by only involving a single contribution from certain parties. I would take several examples, such as the occurrence of emerging and re-emerging diseases worldwide. These diseases are influenced by many factors, including human population expansion, urbanization, globalization, climate change, poverty, social inequality, development of antimicrobial resistance in human and livestock, and the implementation of public health measures such as vaccination and sanitation. Solving this matter requires multidisciplinary teamwork, not only from a single country, but also around the world. The dynamics, rapidity, and various challenges the world faces nowadays emphasize how progressive and effective development need to be done and probably speed up. We can also learn from how the solution to the COVID-19 cases inevitably involve governments, academicians, researchers, health sector, policymakers, regulatory bodies, and other partners. Therefore, on this occasion, we invite 7 prominent and reputable speakers in their respective field of expertise from Indonesia, Japan, Germany, Finland, and the USA, Thailand, and Korea. Joining us also the WOAH sub-regional representative for Southeast Asia. The second ICAVESS marked a special occasion for veterinary school deans, an opportunity to discuss and share information and possible collaboration in educational improvement regarding the standardization system, globalization, and challenge to the veterinary education in Asia. I believe this is a significant moment to build a broader and more robust network and collaboration not only among veterinarian and veterinary-related institutions, but also multi-institution. Later, I hope this conference will impact the future excellent innovation education, research, and technology for Indonesia and the world, thus creating the most relevant development approach to make our world a better world. I want to express my sincere appreciation to the committee for organizing the conference, run even in a virtual way. Finally, I, the Dean of Faculty of Veterinary Medicine, UGM, sincerely thanks all the distinguished speaker, participant, and presenter for joining the conference. I do hope you will also take the time to enjoy this conference and gain let's eyes-opening insights and connection with every race Christian of the second ICAVESS 2022. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Prof. Dagu, thank you very much for your warm welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, up next we're going to have the opening remarks from Professor Abdul Rahman Omar as the President of the Asian Association of Veterinary Schools.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good day to Professor Dr. Ova Emilia, Rector of Gajah Mada University, Professor Dr. Teguh Budi Pitujo, Dean of the Faculty of Veterinary Medicine, Gajah Mada University, Dr. Vista Budiayati, Chairman of the second ICAVESS, distinguished delegates, invited speakers, participants of the Congress, and ladies and gentlemen. I hope all of you are doing well and keeping safe. First and foremost, let me congratulate Gajah Mada University for hosting the second International Congress of Advanced Veterinary Science and Technology for Sustainable Development. My deepest gratitude to the Dean of the Faculty of Veterinary Medicine, Gajah Mada University, and the organizing committee of ICAVESS for successfully organizing this meeting virtually. This is the second meeting after the huge success of the first ICAVESS that was conducted virtually last year. Ladies and gentlemen, veterinary knowledge and skills are gaining unprecedented importance in recent years as the increasing pressure to produce sufficient food security sustainably, rising cases of zoonotic diseases of epidemic and pandemic concerns, global concerns of transboundary diseases and antimicrobial resistance, the changing trend in companion animal medicine and care, and the transformation of the veterinary services delivery mechanisms. Veterinary educations need to respond to these changing scenarios by undergoing transformations and enhancements to address some of these issues so that we can ensure the graduates that we are with the relevant skills and core competencies so that they can practice with full confidence as a veterinarian and continue to contribute to meet societal needs. The organizing of the second ICAVESS with a team of multidisciplinary collaboration for the innovation and productive development in veterinary science is very timely, where it brings together to discuss current issues and updates on various veterinary problems of regional importance and interests. The meeting also offers the scientists and clinicians an opportunity to share their discoveries and findings on various aspects of veterinary concerns, thus enhancing awareness of their respective roles in upholding veterinary profession. Besides that, in the conference, there will be a special session jointly organized by ASEAN Association of Veterinary Schools, World Organization for Animal Health, and Gajah Mada University on One Health education and the role of veterinary education establishments in Asia on AMR and food safety. Meanwhile, under the AAVS veterinary education sessions of the conference, invited speakers will share topics related to best practices in veterinary education post-COVID-19 and some advancements in veterinary teaching and education. Therefore, the Congress is an excellent platform for academicians, researchers, and veterinarians to network and share ideas to strengthen existing collaboration and create new ones. Ladies and gentlemen, as we see a positive indication in the control of COVID-19, let us hope for a brighter outlook for next year, with the opportunity for us to meet and network in person during seminars and conferences in this region. Once again, congratulations and my utmost gratitude to the Faculty of Veterinary Medicine, Gajah Mada University, in organizing the conference. Thank you to the World Organization for Animal Health, especially the Asia Pacific Office, for supporting the conference. Thank you to all the members of the organizing committee and the subcommittees who have worked hard to make this conference possible. To our participants and members, I wish you a fruitful and inspiring meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Omar, for the opening remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, even though this event held virtually, but we do really want to invite you to get to know more about our Faculty of Veterinary Medicine here at Universitas Gadjah Mada, Indonesia. So let's check this video out.
To support education, advances in science and technology in the field of veterinary medicine. Improving the research-based community service to educate our community on the basis of Manusia Liga Satwa Sewaka. The Faculty of Veterinary Medicine Universitas Gadjah Mada continuously improves the quality of education through the implementation of internal academic quality audits. By 2022, all study programs have been accredited excellent by the Indonesian Accreditation Agency for Higher Education in Health, or LAMPETEKES. The faculty provides undergraduate program, Bachelor of Veterinary Medicine program, Veterinarian Profession, and postgraduate program, Veterinary Magister and Doctoral Science. The faculty has 12 departments. Department of Anatomy, Department of Biochemistry, Surgery and Radiology, Department of Internal Medicine, Department of Veterinary of Public Health, Department of Parasitology, Department of Microbiology, Department of Pathology, Department of Clinical Pathology, Department of Reproduction and Obstetrics. There are many facilities to support the student activities and the faculty, include the classrooms and multimedia room 101, laboratories, teaching farm to support the student research and education, including Wonosari Teaching Farm in Wonosari, Gunung Kidul, Poultry Closed House, Rabbit House, Cow Shed, Horse Stable, Sheep and Goat Pen, which are located in the campus, Laboratorium IPD, Prof. Suparli Veterinary Teaching Hospital, and Berbang Veterinary Teaching Large Animal Hospital, which is under construction and will eventually be used to treat large animals such as horses, cows, and many more. More than 1,000 people from various regions are registered as active students in the 4 study programs provided by the faculty, such as Bachelor of Veterinary Medicine, Veterinarian Profession, Master of Veterinary Science, and Doctoral of Veterinary Science. Between 2019 and 2021, more than 380 studies and 84 community services have been conducted by faculty lecturers, and 70 collaborative research have been done with many stakeholders. The results of research have not only been published in national and international journals, but have also been used by both the industrial and non-industrial sectors to help meet the needs of the community and solve various problems at the national level. The faculty also committed to serving the community by involving the entire academic staff, such as lecturers, students, and alumni. To support the government's program of Merdeka Belajar Campus Merdeka, or independent campus freedom to learn, Faculty of Veterinary Medicine Universitas Gadjah Mada collaborates with various professionals from the private sector and industry.
Selamat pagi, I am Marla Siastrea. I'm from Central Mindanao University, Philippines.
Now we are on the imaging program at the Faculty of Veterinary Medicine at Gajah Mada University, Indonesia.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Shafi Aziz bin Kifli. I'm from University Malaysia Kelantan, Malaysia. I'm a first student of the Faculty of Veterinary Medicine at University Malaysia Kelantan. I come here for the internship at University Gajah Mada for 1 month.
Assalamualaikum. I'm Nurzawati Misia Masudi and I'm from University Malaysia Kelantan from Malaysia.
In addition, to support veterinary education and research, the faculty has collaborated with various institutions, both national and international. During the food and mouth disease pandemic in Indonesia, the Faculty of Veterinary Medicine Universitas Gadjah Mada, Indonesian Veterinary Medical Association or Persatuan Dokter Hewan Indonesia formed a food and mouth disease task force in collaboration together with local government institutions.
Welcome to the Faculty of Veterinary Medicine, Universitas Gadjah Mada. The Faculty of Veterinary Medicine, Universitas Gadjah Mada is one of the oldest veterinary medicine faculty in Indonesia. With the mission and vision of our faculty, we are determined to be an institution that is locally rooted, globally respected, as envisioned by UGM. In the future, this faculty will continue to develop and become a center of innovation in the field of veterinary medicine and science, not only in Indonesia but also internationally. I would like to invite everyone to be empowered together with the faculty to create a healthy world as the motto of veterinary medicine in Indonesia. Manusia Briga Satwa Sewa. Contribute to human well-being through animal welfare. Thank you.
In the near future, Faculty of Veterinary Medicine Universitas Gadjah Mada will stay committed to growing and adapting to the dynamics of science and technologies. Manusia Briga Satwa Sewaka, which means contribute to human well-being through animal welfare, will guide the Faculty of Veterinary Medicine Universitas Gadjah Mada to continue the innovation in research, education, and community service.
Ladies and gentlemen, Faculty of Veterinary Medicine, Universitas Gadjah Mada, Indonesia. You can give an appreciation by clicking the reaction button on your screen. All right, for the next agenda, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to show you a glimpse beauty of our beloved city, Yogyakarta. So here we go. Please welcome Sekar Pudiastuti juga traditional dance. Thank you. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we apparently received a lot of messages stating that there are several trouble on the sound. It's true, we are very sorry. However, we are working on it since the first issues appear. So we'd like to ask for apologize for the inconvenience and thank you very much for your patience. Thank you. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, before we move on to the main agenda, I'd like to remind you for the rules of today's conference. We are going to show you the rules for today's conference. We'd like to remind you to stay muted unless the moderator or the presenter let you to do so. And we are going to remind you as well to please address the questions by following the format as you can see it on your screen. The question format, you should give a name of the presenter that you want to address the question for, and then your name and your affiliation underscore the question. Once again, the name of presenter that you want to ask, underscore your name and your affiliation, underscore the question. All right, and for today's agenda, there are, for the username, I'm very sorry, for the username and the following questions, you can see it on your screen as well. So these are the scope for the parallel sessions later on. All right, so for the next one, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have 4 main sessions. The first one is the keynote speech that will be led by Prof. Wayan. And then after that, we are going to have the plenary session for day 1. Plenary session, and then after the plenary session, we will move on to the ICAVESS VET education session. And last but not least, of course, the parallel session later at 13:30 Jakarta time. All the information you can easily find on your program book for further information as well. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, now let's move on to the main agenda. We are going to have the keynote speech delivered by Dr. Syamsul Ma'arif, and this session will be led by Professor Wayan Tunas Artama. Prof. Wayan is a lecturer here at the Faculty of Veterinary Medicine, Universitas Gadjah Mada, Indonesia, and he is also the coordinator of One Health or Eco Health Resource Center, Universitas Gadjah Mada. You can contact him through his email on artama@ugm.ac.id. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Prof. Wayan Tunas Artama.
Dr. Syamsul Ma'arif, DPM, MSc. He is Director of Veterinary Public Health, Director General of Livestock and Animal Health, Indonesia, Ministry of Agriculture. We have 1 hour, 45 minutes for delivering his talk, and then 15 minutes for discussion. He will bring a topic, multidisciplinary collaboration in supporting Indonesian government for a sustainable global health resiliency. I think this is time for him. Good morning, Dr. Syamsul. Dr. Syamsul is already there.
Okay, morning.
Good morning. Welcome to ICAVESS, second ICAVESS.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, this is today we have a great speaker from the Director of Public Health, Veterinary Public Health, and he will guide us how important is multidisciplinary collaboration for supporting our Indonesian government for a sustainable global health resiliency. As we know that since 2 decades that we have a lot of problem with emerging infectious diseases and zoonotic diseases and also food safety. This is more maybe will deliver from him, and also regarding the antimicrobial resistance is growing for the future. Maybe this is very important. Then according to the WHO, that will be a tsunami of microbial resistance in the future. We should have how to anticipate with a multidisciplinary collaboration. Okay, Dr. Samsung, it's time for you. Maybe is CP, maybe the committee can. Is CP first? Okay, because of the time, maybe Dr. Samsul, you can introduce yourself, just short introducing at the beginning, and then start with your topic. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. Sorry, ini saya pakai bahasa Indonesia aja, Pak.
Okay, Dr. Samsul will deliver in bahasa Indonesia, but will be directly simultaneously translated in English. Don't worry.
Ya.
Okay, thank you.
Ya, makasih. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Tidak lupa semangat sehat. Yang pertama-tama yang saya hormati, Dekan Fakultas Kedokteran Hewan, UGM, kemudian Ketua Departemen Kesmafet, kemudian Ketua Departemen Penyakit Infeksius dan Imunologi, itu dari FKH Universitas Florida. Kemudian Kepala Pusat Layanan Unggulan Penyakit Infeksius Ikan, FKH dari Universitas Chulalongkorn, ya, Thailand. Dan tidak lupa tingkatnya para peserta seminar nasional dan workshop kurikulum Kesmafet dan Epidemiologi tahun 2022. Pertama-tama, mari kita panjatkan puji syukur kepada Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala karena atas rahmat dan hidayahnya pada pagi hari ini kita bersama-sama dapat menghadiri kegiatan the Second International Conference of Advanced Veterinary Science for Sustainable Development. Semoga Tuhan Yang Maha Esa selalu melimpahkan berkah dan hidayahnya kepada kita semua. Hadirin yang berbahagia, seperti yang kita ketahui, istilah kesehatan masyarakat veteriner itu pertama kali dirumuskan dalam pertemuan ahli zoonosis Organisasi Kesehatan Dunia, ya, WHO, dan Organisasi Pangan dan Pertanian FAO pada tahun 51. Nah, pertemuan tersebut kesehatan masyarakat veteriner didefinisikan sebagai segala usaha komunitas yang mempengaruhi dan dipengaruhi oleh seni dan ilmu kedokteran hewan atau veteriner dalam rangka pencegahan penyakit, perlindungan kehidupan dan peningkatan kesejahteraan manusia. Nah, kemudian kami di Indonesia itu baru ada Kesmafet tahun 2000. Ya, pas tahun 2000. Jadi sekarang umurnya sudah 22 tahun. Ya, masih digolong muda. Kemudian kita ketahui juga bersama, selanjutnya pada tahun 99 itu juga ada pertemuan tren kesehatan masyarakat pada masa depan yang diselenggarakan oleh WHO juga. Itu didefinisikan kesehatan masyarakat veteriner dirumuskan sebagai kontribusi untuk mencapai kesejahteraan manusia yang menyeluruh, baik secara fisik, mental, dan sosial melalui pemahaman dan aplikasi ilmu kedokteran hewan. Oleh karenanya, kesehatan masyarakat veteriner diselenggarakan bersama oleh FAO, kemudian WHO, dan OIE yang sekarang menjadi WAH. Ya. Salah dikatakan bahwa kesehatan masyarakat veteriner menjadi semakin penting dan berkembang karena berbagai perubahan yang terjadi secara cepat yang menyebabkan peningkatan kasus zoonosis yang mengancam kesehatan masyarakat. Nah, perubahan tersebut diantaranya itu yang kita ketahui, dan ini merupakan tantangan global atau perkembangan global yang kita harus sama-sama memahami. Yang pertama tentang peningkatan populasi penduduk. Jadi otomatis ya, kalau sudah penduduk tinggi, pasti kebutuhan itu ikut tinggi. Nah, disinilah yang tantangan kita. Mereka hanya bisa memikirkan bagaimana memenuhi kebutuhan, atau bahasa kerennya itu hanya kita memikir ketahanan pangan, ya, belum ke arah keamanan pangan. Ketahanan pangan kita ketahui bahwa bagaimana kita menyiapkan produk-produk yang dibutuhkan, kemudian keberlangsungannya, kemudian aksesnya, dan lain sebagainya, itu merupakan ketahanan. Sementara keamanannya itu menjadi tantangan yang paling besar karena orang hanya memikirkan yang penting barangnya ada. Itu yang pertama. Kemudian perkembangan ekonomi, ya, kita tahu. Kemudian perdagangan global. Nah, ini yang selalu saya ingatkan kepada teman-teman semua. Karena apalagi di tahun 2022, 2023 sampai 2024 ini, karena ada dampak COVID, ya, kemudian ada isu-isu krisis ekonomi, krisis pangan, sehingga banyak negara-negara yang merasa atau memprotek dirinya untuk tidak melakukan importasi, atau biasanya mereka lebih bagus melakukan impor, bukan ekspor. Nah, tapi kita di negara-negara kita merupakan tantangan juga, karena di satu sisi isu yang paling besar adalah katanya kita khususnya di perunggasan itu adalah surplus, sehingga banyak negara-negara sudah mulai melirik Indonesia sebagai pensuplai atau sebagai ekspor untuk produk-produk itu. Nah, perdagangan ini berdampak kepada bagaimana keseimbangan kebutuhan kita dan lain sebagainya. Nah, dalam perdagangan global yang paling inti sekarang menjadikan perhatian kita, semua persyaratan-persyaratan ekspor impor itu sudah diatur, kemudian karena kita negara Indonesia salah satu negara yang ikut dalam kelompok WTO itu sendiri. Nah, di sana dikatakan bahwa yang pertama itu yang paling jadi krusial kita dilarang untuk melakukan diskriminasi. Jadi diskriminasi ini maksudnya tidak bisa kita melarang produk-produk apa saja masuk ke negara kita dari negara mana saja. Nah ini jadi tantangan kita tentang perdagangan global ini, sehingga mereka punya hak yang sama. Nah, tantangan berikutnya sudah mulai kita memperhatikan itu masalah bagaimana budidaya kita sampai kepada mulai dari hulu ya sampai hilir, itu di mana perlakuan budidaya kita, mereka mempersyaratkan juga kita budidaya harus perlu memperhatikan kesejahteraan hewan. Mulai dari budidayanya, transportasinya, sampai ke
Recording in progress.
Yang lahan, kemudian lingkungan dan iklim. Nah, di sini kita harus mengetahui kalau perubahan pemanfaatan lahan, lingkungan dan iklim baik itu disengaja maupun memang karena bencana, kami di Direktorat Kesmafet itu punya tanggung jawab amanah ya dalam rangka membantu yang namanya bencana. Kita tahu bencana itu ada dua, bencana alam dan bencana non alam. Ya, bencana alam sini ya kita ketahui dalam sisi di Kesmafet adalah bagaimana kita memperhatikan kesejahteraan hewan. Ya, itu yang alam. Kemudian yang non alam itu adalah tentang penyakit. Nah, penyakit inilah baik itu bersumber dari alam atau perubahan iklim, itu merupakan tanggung jawab
maybe connection loss.
Yeah. Prof. Wayan, can you hear us?
Yeah.
Yeah, I am very sorry, but apparently that there is a problem with the internet connection of Dr. Samsul Ma'arif. Dr. Samsul Ma'arif, hello, can you hear us?
Yeah.
Okay, so we are reaching him out right now, still in process, I believe. We are very sorry for this inconvenience again, and should we start the discussion session perhaps, Prof. Wayan? What do you think about this?
Maybe wait a little bit.
Okay.
Connect again, yeah.
All right, thank you. We're going to wait for some moment. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, Prof. Wine, I'm sorry to interrupt your session, but right after this, we are going to hand over the session back to you again. But I'm going to deliver some information for you that there are 4 main sessions for today.
Dr. Samson is ready there.
Okay.
Okay, sorry.
Okay, you can continue, Dr. Samson.
Okay.
But give a little bit space for the translator. Ya.
Okay.
Diberi peluang sedikit untuk bisa
Ya.
yang lebih cepat ya.
Yeah, Prof. Wine, Dr. Samsul, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Okay. Populasi manusia di Indonesia itu terus meningkat dan kita tahu pada tahun 2020 sekarang ini itu mencapai 296,6 juta jiwa. Kemudian serta penggunaan lahan pertanian yang semakin luas, yang saya katakan tadi, itu menimbulkan adanya peningkatan interaksi ya, antara manusia, kemudian satwa liar, dan ternak. Dampak dari interaksi tersebut itu bisa menimbulkan yang namanya zoonosis. Nah, zoonosis ini yang dapat kita ketahui mendapat kerugian atau bisa mengakibatkan kerugian, yaitu diantaranya adalah mengancam kesehatan hewan itu sendiri, ya. Kemudian kedua, kerugian ekonomi, dan yang ketiga adalah menimbulkan kematian dan penyakit pada manusia yang berdampak pada ekonomi dan sosial. Di Indonesia, pengaturan tentang kesehatan masyarakat veteriner yang seperti saya katakan tadi itu di tahun 2020, kemudian kita bisa mengeluarkan peraturan pemerintah atau kasarannya Kesmafet itu benar-benar penuh diamanatkan di undang-undang peraturan perundangan kita, yaitu PP nomor 95 tahun 2012 ya, tentang kesehatan masyarakat veteriner dan kesejahteraan hewan yang sebagai turunan dari Undang-Undang 18 ya, tahun 2009 tentang peternakan dan kesehatan hewan. Dalam PP tersebut, ya, kesehatan masyarakat veteriner itu didefinisikan ya, sebagai segala urusan yang perlu jadikan perhatian kita, segala urusan yang berhubungan dengan hewan dan produk hewan yang secara langsung atau tidak langsung mempengaruhi kesehatan manusia. Jadi artinya segala sesuatu baik itu dari hewan dan produk hewan ya, kalau dia sudah arahnya mempengaruhi kesehatan manusia ya, itu peran Direktorat Kesmafet sesuai dengan amanah dari peraturan perundangan ya. Nah, di sini kata hewan ya, kata hewan. Jadi segala urusan yang berhubungan dengan hewan di sini untuk Kesmafet itu hanya sebatas bagaimana kita memperhatikan hewan itu di saat dia melakukan ini jelas sekali. Kalau saya contohkan suatu penyakit, kalau ada antrak saja, kalau ada antrak, kita tahu antrak itu salah satu penyakit zoonosis juga. Kalau hewannya yang terdampak, itu teman-teman dari Direktorat Keswan lah yang melakukannya. Tapi kalau sudah berdampak kepada manusia, itulah fungsi dari Direktorat Kesmaker. Jadi itulah bahasa yang dikatakan tadi, segala urusan yang berkaitan atau berhubungan dengan hewan dan produk hewan. Nah, kita yang di Direktorat Kesmaker sangat luas sekali kegiatan yang bisa kita lakukan. Ya, seperti kalau di kesehatan hewan, dia hanya terbatas kepada hewannya. Nah, kegiatan peningkatan kesehatan masyarakat veteriner di Indonesia itu merupakan salah satu dan kebijakan dari Kementerian Pertanian, khususnya di Direktorat Jenderal Peternakan dan Kesehatan Hewan, yang difokuskan pada aspek keamanan pangan, ya, zoonosis, dan kesejahteraan hewan, hingga resistensi antimikroba. Saya jelaskan sedikit. Jadi, halo, bisa dengar? Putus-putus ya?
Bisa, Dok?
Oh, bisa? Oke. Kita lanjut ya.
Ya, baik. Monggo, Dok.
Ya.
So, ladies and gentlemen, right now we are sharing our screen, the translation of the speech from the Director of the Veterinary Public Health from the Ministry of the Agriculture Republic of Indonesia, Dr. Ma'ruf. Apakah bisa mendengar suara kami? Dr. Syamsul, apakah bisa mendengar suara kami?
Oh, so sorry, big connection. Oke, silakan. Masih mute, Dok.
Bisa jelas?
Yeah, please, yeah. Please continue.
Putus-putus ya? Putusnya di sini atau?
Putusnya dari Pak Ma'ruf. Ya.
Halo. Oh, gitu.
Ya.
Okay, so while we are fixing...
Ya, oke, please.
Halo? Oke, kawan. Saya lanjutin.
Okay, please continue.
Oke, oke. Saya ulang lagi bahwa nanti wajah Direktorat Kesmafet itu ada 3 yang kita harus jadikan perhatian. Yang pertama yaitu kita akan fokus kepada zoonosis. Jadi selain dari ada Inpres nomor 4 tahun 2019 itu pelimpahan tugas ya, jadi perhatian kita di Kesakit.
Prof. Wayan, hello.
Zoonosis,
Can
ya,
you-
kemudian penyakit baru dan bersifat zoonosis, kemudian menangani yang IMR, ya, jadi antimikrobal resistensi. Itu di Impres nomor 4. Itu masalah zoonosis. Kemudian yang kedua, wajahnya nanti Kesmafet itu adalah kesejahteraan hewan, ya, karena ini sudah tidak bisa kita pandang sebelah mata masalah kesejahteraan hewan, baik itu hewan budidaya maupun hewan-hewan kesayangan, dan semuanya menjadikan perhatian kita.
Prof. Wayan and Dr. Samsul, I'm afraid that we have to interrupt this session first until we fix this issue with Dr. Samsul. What would you say about that, Prof. Wayan? Is that okay? So we're going to hold this session for a moment. Prof. Wayan, can you hear us? Prof. Wayan?
might be in the future will should take into account. Then the last one he mentioned about the veterinary public health is so important in during this year because of 60% of AAD, emerging infectious diseases, are transmitted from animal or wildlife, and 75% of those diseases come from wildlife. So until now, this is what his talk about the delivery for all of us. Still waiting for connection because he have a very bad connection in there. Okay. So we continue with the discussion, or?
Yeah, Prof. Wayan, thank you very much for the discussion, for the summary, as well as Dr. Samsul Ma'arif. Thank you very much. So I am again very sorry for the trouble occurred. And yeah, let's give a reaction on your screen, ladies and gentlemen. An applause, a virtual applause to Prof. Wayan and also. Thank you, thank you. So we'll be right back right after this, ladies and gentlemen, and please enjoy this video first. Thank you, we'll be right back. Welcome back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. And right now, we are already on the plenary sessions. But before we start into the plenary session, before we join the plenary session, I'll try to give a brief introduction about our moderator for today. All right, so I'm sorry, let me repeat about my previous speech before. So ladies and gentlemen, we are right now on the plenary session. Welcome back. And today the plenary session will be led by Dr. Christiana Putri. So a brief introduction about her, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see it on your screen. Dr. Christiana Putri, Magister Pertanian, Doctor of Philosophy, is a lecturer here at the Faculty of Veterinary Medicine, Universitas Gadjah Mada, Indonesia. You can contact her through her email on christiana@ugm.ac.id. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Christiana Putri.
still so efficient. Also, the doctors and veterinarians, they sell the drugs, and if they sell the drugs, then they have financial incentive to prescribe. Another way of looking this is to compare things like global AMR and compare it to things like how developed is infrastructure in different countries and how good is the governance. And if we look these things together, here on top right is the antibiotic resistance, then under it is corruption and governance index, and on left is infrastructure. And these maps, if we compare them, they seem to have something in common. So the better the infrastructure, less there is resistance. And same goes for corruption and quality of governance. So in addition to use of antibiotics, there is also something else. We of course now know that antibiotic resistance is a typical One Health problem. So animals, humans and environment, they share their health, and there is clear connection between these three compartments. One note here is that we think that the companion animals, pets, should be maybe put together with humans and not with this production animals, because the companion animals, they are in real very close contact with humans and they share their living quarters. This One Health, of course it has effect on research, decision making, legislation and control, and it has kind of a local and global dimension. So when we think about the global health, it is formed kind of like a collection of local One Health environments. But these local One Health environments, they are of course nowadays connected, especially by travel of humans and trade, but also things like animal migration. So nobody is really isolated in this world. After this introduction, I can now show some examples of the antibiotic resistance in One Health settings. One place where people are connected and environment is connected and also animals in somewhat connected is the wastewater treatment and wastewater itself. As we know that wastewater treatment plants, they have been designed to remove nutrients, nitrogen, phosphorus and organic carbon. When they were initially started, they were more like meant for hygiene, but in recent decades the removal of nutrients has become kind of a main activity of wastewater treatment plants. They are of course still important for hygiene or public health. But because they are just more or less designed to remove nutrients, they are not always so good to remove things like drugs, pharmaceuticals, and disinfectants and so on, things that are called micropollutants, which are present in small concentrations, but especially pharmaceuticals, they are designed to have effects on living organisms, so they may have effects even in small concentrations. Wastewater treatment plants are of course also a meeting place for bacteria from humans especially, but also bacteria from animals and environment. We know that these wastewater treatment plants are good source of information, for example, following epidemics and global epidemics. However, it has also been suggested that they can be hotspot for antibiotic resistance because they collect these bacteria and then there may be also antibiotic compounds present in wastewater. We studied antibiotic resistance in wastewaters in Europe. We had 12 wastewater treatment plants located in 7 European countries. And we studied the antibiotic resistance genes by using this array qPCR system, which is able to quantify almost 400 antibiotic resistance genes at the same time. And we normalized the number of resistance genes with 16 as ribosomal RNA gene. By that way, we can have the results that are relative to bacteria, amount of bacteria, so that we can really, so that the amount of bacteria doesn't dictate our results. So that our numbers are relative to the amount of bacteria in a sample. And at first we can say that we can divide these European countries to 2 groups. High antibiotic use countries here. No, sorry, these low antibiotic use countries here and high antibiotic use countries here. So these, it was clear, we had 2 clear groups. But that's maybe a side story. What is the more important thing that when we think about the reduction of resistance genes in a wastewater treatment plant during the purification, and I'm now talking about relative reduction. So reduction that is relative to number of bacteria. So in both high antibiotic use countries and low antibiotic use countries, there was a clear relative reduction of the resistance genes during the process. And if we connect this to the fact that in a wastewater treatment plant there is a reduction of number of bacteria some between 100 and 1000 fold. So it is clear that the wastewater treatment plant is not a real hotspot if it works well. All the plants that we had here, they worked very well. And when I say that they worked very well, I mean that they were effective in removing nutrients. There is also another study called Global Monitoring of AMR. And here the methodology is a little bit different. They use metagenomic analysis, which is not maybe that big thing, but they present the number in absolute values. So it's not relative to the number of bacteria, which means that the more there is bacteria, more you can see resistance, even if the resistance per bacteria is identical. So these may be more difficult to interpret, but that was just a note that these results that I just showed and this one, they are not directly comparable. Also, they have done global monitoring, but this is not real, it's very concentrated to Europe and North America and Asia, for example. There is one sample from China. There is no sample from Indonesia. So the global scale is not how would I say, it's not very comprehensive global. We can still get some results here. First, Europe is minor player. Also Asia, which has been sometimes thought to be problematic for AMR, it seems also to be not that big player. But remember, for example, that there was only one sample from China. What stands out here is Africa and South America. But I think that the more samples and studies are needed before we can really make these conclusions. But Africa, anyway, is here presented. We have also studied AMR in 2 African countries, and we have done that by metagenomics. But we are still using these relative numbers, so all our numbers are relative to the number of bacteria. And we study hospital wastewaters because the hospital wastewaters, we think that they are highly relevant in, for example, in these low and middle income countries, because there is no real wastewater treatment plant in these hospitals. Briefly, and we also compare to these results in Benin and Burkina Faso to hospital wastewaters in Finland. And it was clear that the abundance of antibiotic resistance gene was highest in Benin, then it was Burkina Faso, and then Finland. And all these differences were statistically significant. Which is also interesting is that the resistomes are different if we think about this multidimensional analysis, but the microbiomes are not. So in this case, the species composition doesn't explain the differences in resistance, which is surprising. I have also studied AMR in Indonesia with my collaborators in UGM. So why we were interested in this, so that we learned that there is lack of data. When we did this was almost 10 years ago when we started, there was lack of data of antibiotic resistance in Indonesia, in animal farming and especially in environment. And yeah, you know Indonesia better than me that Indonesia is a huge country. So this was a study that was funded by our funding agency, and it was a collaboration with UGM, and you can see the participants here. Winnie Mutsiasari was very important person in this study, and she was working as a postdoc in my lab at that time. She has now started her own company on this field, but here she was still working at university. And we studied antibiotic resistance and microbiomes along this Chore River, which you probably know very well. The work was published last year, and to just briefly show that we sampled the river starting from the spring where the river starts. Then we had one sampling point quite close to the spring, but still in a countryside which has cattle farm. Then we had one sampling point quite close to city of Jakarta in a chicken slaughterhouse. Then we had 2 samples inside the city, and then one after city, and 2 samplings in the estuary. And here we use this array qPCR for quantification of antibiotic resistance genes. And if we just compare the abundance of the antibiotic resistance genes and mobile elements, there was no statistically significant difference between the number of genes in estuary and city and estuary and rural. However, there was some statistically significant difference between the abundance of resistance genes in city and rural. So in city, the abundance of resistance genes was higher than in rural sampling site. In the estuary, the abundance seems to be high, but it was really caused by just 3 genes being highly elevated. Other genes were very low in numbers. And we can also see this when we look at the diversity of different resistance genes. So the diversity of the resistance genes was very low in these estuary samples, but high in all other samples. However, I must remind us that in the spring water, there were no antibiotic resistance genes at all present, which is a little bit surprising if we know that there are many studies showing that the antibiotic resistance genes are found even in very pristine places, but they were not present in this spring water. There are some details of genes, but I can skip that because of the interest of time. We can now leave the waters behind and think about agriculture and AMR. We know that, of course, that humans here, we have our own microbiome in our guts. Animals, of course, have also their own microbiomes and guts. And all kind of things that happen that are common with microbes happen in these guts as well. So, for example, there are antibiotic resistance genes in these bacteria in the gut. There is also horizontal gene transfer happening in the gut of animals, humans as well. Then when we think about society, antibiotics are used with animals like shown here, and then there is a selection pressure in the guts of animals, perhaps depending on the amount of antibiotics used. Then they excrete the antibiotic compounds. Then they, of course, also excrete the bacteria in their feces, and then there is an environment where these are mixed. Then in the food industry, like this slaughterhouse here, if the hygiene is not good, then there may be contamination of the food products, which end up to the consumers. Also, these surface waters, they can be contaminated by antibiotics and pathogens, and if they are used for irrigation, especially the plants that are eaten raw, then we don't really know what is the biggest risk for humans in this chain, food production chain.
Apologize, Marco, for interrupting you, but we're almost running out of time. Thank you. Hi, Marco.
Yeah, there is some problem with the PowerPoint, so I must probably start
okay, that's fine.
Sharing the screen again.
Okay. So we have problem with the PowerPoint is not responding at the moment, so we're trying to start again. Thank you, Mark.
Just a moment.
Yes, just wait. Yeah, you're back.
Is it okay now?
Yes.
Okay, yes, as we know that production animals, they get antibiotics, and what I didn't mention is that manure is of course very much used as a fertilizer because it's a nutrient rich and the nutrients should be recycled. But if that can also cause a problem because the manure can contain antibiotic compounds. It can also be enriched with the antibiotic resistance genes and antibiotic resistant bacteria. And it has been shown already over 10 years ago that the prophylactic use of antibiotics selects resistance in pigs. And it also increases the resistance in soil if the manure is used as a fertilizer. What is even more surprising is that the manure increases AMR in soil even without antibiotic use. And the reason is probably the metals in manure. So especially copper and zinc are given to the animals in the feed as trace metals and nutrients, micronutrients, and they can select antibiotic resistance. We have studied with Christian Brandt from Denmark how the metal ions can promote antibiotic resistance in soils. So in our laboratory study, we treated soil with copper or zinc or with tetracycline. Then we monitored how the microbial community evolves for tetracycline resistance. So this PICT means pollution-induced community tolerance. So we measured the tolerance of bacterial community for tetracycline. And as we can look at the results here, if the soils were treated with copper on top right side, then there was an increase in tolerance for tetracycline. So the concentration of x-axis is the metal, is the concentration of copper in the treatment of soil, and in y-axis is the resistance for tetracycline. So the treatment of soil with copper increases the resistance for tetracycline. And in panel E, under that one, shows that the same happens for zinc. So also zinc selects the tetracycline resistance in soil. It's a bit surprising that treatment of soil with tetracycline doesn't really select the tetracycline resistance as is shown in panel F. At first, it's very surprising that tetracycline itself doesn't select tetracycline resistance, but the reason for that is the bioavailability. So the tetracycline in soil is very poorly bioavailable, and that's why there is no real selection pressure. I must skip, because of interest of time, this our study in Finnish farming and antibiotic resistance. Instead, I will show our study in antibiotic resistance in fish farms. So we have studied the antibiotic resistance in fish farms in Finland, in archipelago, as you can see here from the photos. These farms, they are open cage farms in archipelago. The area where the farms are is shown by this red circle here. And you can also see that Finland is at the northern part of Europe. So these farms that we studied, they had a history of using antibiotics, tetracycline and sulfonamide trimethoprim concentration, but they didn't use those anymore. There was recent use of chlorphenicol in the farms, but even the use of chlorphenicol was not very high. So we studied antibiotic resistance genes in a fish farm, so the results shown here, and then we took samples going away from the fish farm. So we started from quite close to fish farm, 200 meters away from the fish farm. And we sampled the sediment, as I mentioned. So there was clear elevation of the resistance genes in the farm or under the farm, directly under the farm, like it's shown in this figure. But the genes did not spread at all. We also studied the antibiotic compounds in the sediment and we didn't find any. So there was elevation of the genes under the farm, no spread at all, and no antibiotic selection pressure in the farms. So we were a little bit surprised. We didn't understand at first what is going on. Because if there is some resistance in the farm, why it doesn't spread? So then we started to think how what are the things that are coming to the farm. So we thought that the one thing that comes to the farm is the fish, small fish, and then there is feed, and those two things are the only ones that are come to the farm outside. And we studied that the feed didn't contain antibiotic resistance genes at all. So we came with the hypothesis that the fish feces may be the main source of antibiotic resistance genes. So the fish, if it's like that, then it explains why there's a constant flux of antibiotic resistance genes to the farm sediment, but it's so slow, so small that it doesn't spread. So in order to test that hypothesis, we sampled fish intestines, so individual fish, and the results are here. So on the blue left is the antibiotic resistance genes that we found from the sediment, and on right with red are the antibiotic resistance genes found in individual fish. And there was huge variation on the antibiotic resistance content of individual fish, huge variation, but we were able to find all the genes that were in the sediment at least from one fish. So the fish feces are the plausible source of the genes in the fish farm sediments. So already when the small fish come to the farms, they have the antibiotic resistance in their guts. So the feed they receive plays very small role. And this is kind of a diagram that was already published over 10 years ago on the dynamics of AMR in our society. And there is no point to go details at this point, but what I want to point out that we know that these compartments are connected with the arrows, but we don't really know which connections are the most important ones. So we need to study these different relations and connections in order to understand which are the most important connections. And then we can perhaps try to do something for those connections in order to mitigate AMR problem. And I can end here by doing some conclusions. First is this obvious: more there is antibiotic use, more there is resistance, but there are also other things that contribute and we don't really understand. We don't understand the microbial ecology and evolution in different environments in details. Then I have put here that we don't understand the sociology of AMR. So we don't understand really which human actions are or human activities are the most important ones, except the antibiotic use. However, we can already say that it's important to have good vaccination programs. It's important to have good sanitation in the society, and it helps if people understand how the disease, or what are the reasons for the infectious diseases, and for example, what are the differences between bacterial and viral diseases. And then on the right side, there are people who contribute to the results and the funding agencies. And thank you for your time. And do I now take questions? I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you so much, Marco. So now we will move on to the Q&A session. I think the steering committee have compiled the questions that raised on the chat box. We also encourage you, the participants, to ask in Indonesian as well, so you can help as well to translate it to Marco if you like. Are we allowed to have open mic participants as well, steering committee? Or yes? All right, thank you. So we have the first questions from Harimurti Nuraji from who is valid at Bogor. So the first question: how fast the mutation process to the AMR bacteria, and what factors influencing that process?
Oh, yeah, that's an extremely good question, and it has been studied in the laboratory, and we can study, for example, quite easily, how fast the mutations evolve. And if we studied, for example, effect of having antibiotic with the bacteria in a laboratory, we can find how fast the resistance evolves, and it evolves very fast in the laboratory. But what is the situation in the real world? That's much more complicated. It's complicated because of microbial ecology, meaning that the relation between different bacterial species and the environment. And then there are many things that complicate the things in the environment. So this is, I would just say that this is very active, subject to very active research to really understand the evolution of AMR in the real world and in the microbial communities, and which are the factors influencing that process. That is also a very good question. And now, when I say that it's a subject of active research, I mean that in the real world, it's understood in the test tube that if there are antibiotics, then the bacteria evolve to be resistant. That's for sure, and that we of course know from the clinical experience as well. And that use of antibiotic is of course it's a very important thing. But then there are other things. Metals can also select, biocides can also select, and we don't really understand how these compounds work together, like I said. And what I can see the chat myself. Yes. What are the best strategies
you can continue for the second one.
Yes. So what I think first, we are interested of AMR because it's a threat for humans. So I would say that we are interested. The humans are the most important thing for us. So there are basic things for fighting against AMR in humans, and medical doctors know that the prudent use of antibiotic it's a very important thing. So the antibiotics should only be used when they are really needed, and that is something that it can be done better in almost every country. And the same applies for animals as well. So the antibiotic use with animals should also be based on diagnosis. So only the animals that are sick should be treated with antibiotics. But that's of course not that easy if we think about intensive animal agriculture, where lots of animals are kept in small space. So then it's not really, you must in practice treat the one herd or one box at once. And the environment is probably something that there are some things that we should do when there is some antibiotic producing industry. The wastewaters of that industry should be treated so that they don't release antibiotics to the environment. But otherwise, the role of environment it's not totally clear. We don't really understand, how, for example, I showed that the antibiotic resistance genes in pathogens, they can originate from bacteria living in the environment and producing the antibiotics. So the environment is quite plausible source of antibiotic resistance genes, which then in some cases end up to the pathogens. And when that has happened, if there is a combination that there is some antibiotic resistance gene in a pathogen, it can spread globally quite fast. We know this colistin. One strain of having colistin resistance, it can spread, or it has spread very fast globally. Third one, there are any external factors.
Yes, is there any external factors influence infrastructure and governance?
Yeah, that's a very wide question, but I think that many things that we do have effect on AMR. I mean, just, how we wash our hands. If we wash our hands properly, then there is less spread of pathogens. And it also results to less spread of diseases and obviously less use of antibiotics. So small things like these can contribute. And of course, these vaccination programs, they are very important. Also for viruses, because many secondary infections are in fact bacterial ones. So even vaccines against viruses, they can reduce use of AMRs. Okay.
And this is the fourth question.
Yeah, I think I have already said that proper use of antibiotics is very important. And also when we think about animals, the kind of farming practices, they have a big role for spreading of AMR. So the biocontrol or biosecurity should be taken seriously so that the diseases don't spread from between the farms, via humans and so on. So there is, the biosecurity is important for the spreading. Did I answer your questions, or do you want to comment? Very good questions, extremely good questions.
Yes, I think it's time for us as well to move on. But thank you so much, Marco, for this insightful discussion. We now understand how antimicrobial resistance have changed human and animal life globally, and lack of data is actually makes us unaware, as if the incidents did not exist. Again, thank you so much for your presentation. Let us put our hand together for Marco. Alright, now we move on to the second speaker, Dr. Dia Ayu Widiasih. She's a lecturer at the Department of Veterinary Public Health, Faculty of Veterinary Medicine, Universitas Gadjah Mada, and received her PhD in 2004 from the United Graduate School of Veterinary Science, University. Dr. Dia has been publishing dozens of impactful publications and has been appointed as most recommended last week by ResearchGate under the title of Antimicrobial Resistant Characteristic of Extended Spectrum Beta-lactamase, or ESBL, producing E. coli from dairy farms in the Sleman district of Yogyakarta province, Indonesia. Again, I would like to inform participants as well that we're going to open Q&A session and encourage you to raise your hand, also to put your questions in the chat box. It's fine if it's in Indonesian, we're going to help you with the translation. Now, without further ado, I'd like to hand over the next 30 minutes to our second speaker. Dr. Dia, the screen is yours. Thank you. Can we unmute Dr. Dia? We can't hear you yet. Not yet. Do we have technical issues here? It might be your microphone, Dr. Dia. Yeah. Not yet.
You hear me?
Yes, now we do.
Okay, I max my volume and my laptop here. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today I will talk about one topic. Okay, maybe should I share my screen? Oh, okay. What time for me? 30 minutes.
30 minutes.
Okay. Let me share my screen first. So, is okay?
Yes, you can see it now.
Okay. Okay, I will start with okay, good morning again. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for your time to discuss with me today. The topic here is One Health initiatives for sustainability of food system, food safety, and food security. The aim today is to discuss how can One Health approach could be addressed to combat the challenges in achieving sustainability of food system, food safety, and food security for global population. Hopefully, this talk will act as a springboard for discussion. Okay. I'm sorry, I will put off my headphones because it's make a sound more. I'm sorry, because I use two devices here. Okay, I'll leave here. Okay. Because the sound double. Okay, next. Okay, I divided my talk here into 4 sessions. The first is introduction about One Health and the One Health paradigm, and the second, food system, food safety, and food security. And also, I will talk about emerging foodborne diseases. And the third is One Health initiative for sustainable food system, food safety, and food security. And the last one is action, reflection, and conclusion. Move to the introductions right now. So the definition of One Health here, it is about the collaboration, but there are many definitions. The newest definition was developed by One Health High-Level Expert Panel, or OHLEP. It is an advisory panel to the One Health, now quadripartite, made up of the FEO, WHO, OAH or OIE before, and UNEP. So here, this is another definition of One Health here. One Health is a global paradigm for challenge-driven teamwork. The One Health paradigm forces co-equal or inclusive collaboration between animal, plant, environmental, and human health sectors. For example, chemical engineering and social scientists, dentists, nurses, agricultural, horticulturalists, and food producers, wildlife and environmental health specialists, and many other related disciplines. This is come from US CDC. So this picture shows how the interlink among human, animal, and ecosystem. The intact rural ecosystem, this is an unbroken chain, unbroken chain linking nature, society, and also economy, including here biodiversity, livestock, products, and people, also forestry and villages. So this is a linked, always unbroken chain, thinking. Then this slide shows that since the global human population is increasing year by year and expected to reach 9.7 billion people in the year 2050, so our society faces an enormous challenge to feed, to house, and provide a healthy life for the growing human population while preserving the environmental and natural resources for the benefit of the future generation. So, of course, it have many challenges here for the population and economic growth here. It could have some issues like complex human health issue like EID or emerging infectious disease or EMR. Next, environmental issue like climate change, agricultural issue like increase of intensive agriculture and livestock, nutrition issue like food safety and security, adequate human resource capacity, politics, and all of these need to widen scope to work interdisciplinary because it's include about human health, animal health, environment health, food safety and security, and agriculture that all are included in one that's called with one concept that called with One Health. This is the prediction from the UN, but the growth of human population in 2050 will reach around 9 billion here. So for the consequence, one is the need of production on food should increase around 70%. So in order to meet the enormous challenge before, to feed, to give house, and to provide a healthy life for the growing human population, while preserving the environment and natural resources for the benefit of future generation. Sustainable food production and environmental stewardship is paramount and will require a One Health approach here. So One Health is the concept that the health of humans, animals, and the environment are inextricably linked. Next, we move to food system. So food system is a complex web activity, including the production, processing, transport, and consumption of food. And food system here are the public policy decision, the national and global system, and also supply chains that influence what we eat. Food systems are also important to availability of food for human consumption that are the biggest drivers of health and well-being. And also food system important to ongoing food system that conducting from production, farming, processing, and global supply chains. It all have an enormous impact on our planet, driving climate change and threatening the environment. So here we are able to see. So what can make food system fragile? So there are some challenges like conflict, climate change, environmental crisis, and also emergencies. So here, food systems are threatening the health of our planet. So we have to ensure, we have to make guaranteed that we can provide the safe, healthy, and nutritious food to our next generation here, our children. So next we move to foodborne disease and food safety. For food, what we eat, yeah. How safe is your food? So the food that we eat, do you can ensure that your food is safe? Because we don't know, our food is contaminated with bacteria or harbor some chemical or toxin like that. So if food become unsafe, it contains bacteria, virus, parasite, or chemical substances that could be hazard for our health. It's called with foodborne disease or foodborne illness. So we have maybe we have diarrhea, upset stomach, fever, vomiting if we consume that food that contaminated with this microbia. So here the report for CDC on foodborne disease cases. Every year, foodborne disease causes almost 1 people in 10 fall ill, and also around 400 people here going to death here. And also here, foods that included are most common pathogen associated with foodborne disease outbreak by food category here. Maybe here you can see food here like Salmonella, Campylobacter, Listeria monocytogenes we can find in poultry, and ciguatoxin in fish, and here Salmonella, Listeria like in plants, like here. So we have to give more pay attention here because food are commonly linked to the illness. Next, this slide shows that foodborne disease cases have already reported by CDC, like I said before. They said or reported more than 250 foodborne diseases that causes by bacteria, viruses, parasite, and also a toxin chemical that contaminated food. In Indonesia itself, cases of food poisoning in Indonesia are still common. So mostly in Indonesia, foodborne disease caused by food poisoning. Yeah. Maybe for you from abroad, yeah, Indonesia we have a like a party like this. Sometimes if people eat the food from the party, and the next hours they get vomiting, they get diarrhea, something like that. It's maybe caused by food poisoning like this. So here the definition of foodborne disease defined by WHO. Foodborne disease is a disease that is generally infectious or toxic caused by agents that enter the body through digested food. And other definition by Sharp and Riley, foodborne illness or food poisoning is a disease caused by infection or intoxication as a result of consuming contaminated food, drink, or water. Here the agent or pathogen of foodborne illness. So here the foodborne disease classification. Because foodborne disease causes infection and other also food poisoning. So we have two classification here. First is foodborne infection. Foodborne infection caused by food contaminated with the virus, bacteria, or parasites. This can happen in two ways. Virus or parasite, food digestive tract, tissue, intestine, and other body tissues infection, FPD. And bacteria of the digestive tracts multiply in the intestine, tissue, and other body tissue release toxin, FPD. And the next one, foodborne intoxication. It is caused by food that has been contaminated with a toxin. Source of toxins can come from toxic by chemical contaminants such as heavy metals, copper, mercury, or toxin produced by certain bacteria, Clostridium, Staphylococcus, like that. So for the most common foodborne disease agents here, the first is norovirus, then followed by Salmonella, Notopoid, and Clostridium, etc. And some foodborne disease agent also leading to hospitalization. This is caused by Salmonella, norovirus, Campylobacter, etc. And even some foodborne disease agent leading to death caused by Salmonella, Toxoplasmosis gondii, Listeria monocytogenes, then Campylobacter. So the disease manifestation could be here the symptoms, and I have already talked about like diarrhea, abdominal cramps, nausea, fever, vomiting, and if somebody consume the meat with Bacillus anthracis, maybe they can show the disease manifestation like this in the hand, like here. This is called with anthrax cutaneous, and also here another foodborne disease that called with toxoplasmosis. It is hydrocephalus toxoplasmosis. Next, here I will show some cases of foodborne disease recently already reported worldwide and also in Indonesia itself. I just put on some examples here, like Aztec 015787, anthrax, and toxoplasmosis. Regarding to Aztec 15787 in Indonesia, especially in Yogyakarta special province. Here is a report or a study that conducted by Alvita et al. With me. Yeah, this is found that from beef samples that they harbor E. coli 015787 and harbor virulent genes of E. coli 015787 like EAE, PLIC, RBEE, STEX2E, and also 28 isolates were confirmed for non-0157 of E. coli. Here also another foodborne disease cases, antimicrobial resistance that come from food. So this is a picture show how AMR spread from farm, from livestock, become the meat that consumed by human here. So here food producing animal develop drug-resistant bacteria in their gut when an antimicrobial substance are used for therapy and prophylaxis of bacterial infection in them or with antimicrobial substance administration in animal feed as growth promoters and then consumed by human here. So here I also want to show a research conducted by Husnul Yudi Maulana et al. In Yogyakarta on ESBL and its resistance to the antibiotics. I'm sorry. So here, from the ESBL producing E. coli was identified in 54% of the dairy farm that sample. And from them, they already tested for the resistance that they're resistant to here for trimetoprim, yeah, and etc. Yeah, here. So you can see the research here more briefly. You can find in this title. You can find in internet. So how can foodborne disease develop? So the foodborne disease develop because microbes can easily spread to all corners of the world, and development of new types of microbes. Next, also because of environmental and ecological changes, also because of changes in food production practices, and also because of human consumption habits. For example, extreme culinary or fast meat. We can see here like bat soup, also snack here, mice or rat here. That we have issue with that because of Wuhan, yeah, COVID-19. We have issue that it come from bat, yeah. And the research already reveal it is real or not. We still waiting for the reality. Next, this is the overview of food safety and foodborne disease. So, from the previous slides, we can now see that foodborne disease is a major issue in the world. And right now, there are limited data about the prevalence and the real condition in our environment. And the development of the pathogen, clinical impacts, and the emergence of new microorganism strains causing foodborne disease are continuously being studied. Climate change are also related to food security, food safety, and foodborne disease. And for prevention and control, we can use the concept of One Health or eco-health. Next for the slide here. For emerging foodborne disease, this is from the Nature. I just make here with the red box. This is the new emerging foodborne disease like E. coli 015787, cryptosporidiosis, VCGD, and E. coli 015787. This is the some emerging foodborne disease agent like from bacteria, we have Salmonella, MRS, Campylobacter, and etc. here. And from virus, here I have hepatitis A and E, rovirus and AI, and also prion, PSE. And from parasite, here Cryptosporidium, Cyclospora, and Anisakis. And then here, emerging infectious disease that have recently increased in incidence or in geographic or host range, like tuberculosis, etc. Another disease caused by new variant assigned to non-pathogens like HIV, etc. And next, bacteria newly resistant to antibiotic, for example, E. coli 0157. Here it is a foodborne disease agent. So important factors that leading to emergence of infectious disease are overpopulation or urbanization, population movement and animal trade, water sanitation, agriculture and changing land use, livestock production, climate and drug resistance. So what is the relationship between climate change and foodborne disease? Climate change can increase the growth of pathogen. Climate change increase the resistance of pathogens to anti-pests. Climate change increase the production of toxins by bacteria and fungi. Climate change increase the distribution of carcinogenic chemicals. Climate change causes a decrease in the nutritional value of food, etc. So here the schema for environmental change and disease emergence that published by Bruce Wilcox, an expert, ecological expert, and also One Health expert here. So here, from the population, impact on agriculture, intensification, also impact on species ecological evolutionary dynamics, also influence on host pathogen dynamics, and then make a disease emergence. For more detail, you can see here for the publication, you can see disease ecology and the global emergence of zoonosis pathogens. So how to control foodborne disease? We have to know the substances in food that have the potential for FPD. We have to determine risk at each stage of the food processing process, assessing the possible impact of climate change on food safety in terms of various disciplines. We have One Health, EcoHealth concepts here. And also we have to knowing foodborne disease incident investigation and data management system. This is the concept of food safety where starts from farm to the consumer. So here, from farm, farmers and workers must use safe methods of growing, harvesting, sorting, packing, and storing food to minimize contamination hazard. And then next to processing, processors must follow the guidelines, and also the transportation here, containers and vehicles. Food must be clean, food must be kept cold at all times. Also in the retail, grocery and restaurants also have to follow the procedures. And the last one, the consumer responsibility. The consumer also must learn and use sound principle of food safety. The consumer also have to pay attention of the food that are safe or not, because it can impact their health. So here, the more detail or another example for food safety concept, I use here for beef products. So here, food safety concept that safe from farm to table of or fork that use the system of hazard analysis critical control point. So this hazard analysis critical control points can use in every steps here from farm until consumer here. So how to prevention of FBD here? We should notice from SW here already published. They have 5 keys to safer food. Keep clean and cook thoroughly, keep food at proper temperature, and so on. So we have to avoid the danger zone. We have to cook properly here. And also here some food safety tips, but hand washing habits can prevent foodborne disease occurrence here. And food security. Next, food security. In this graph, show the global meat consumption tends to increase year by year. We can see that the availability of meat or can be seen to be food security must also be guaranteed. Meanwhile, the several factors that threaten food security. So we have also pay attention here to make food security available.
Apologize, Dr. Dia. You only have another 3 minutes for your presentation. Thank you.
3 minutes? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe I have to move some slides. Okay, here food safety, food security actually is adequate access to food in quality and also quantity. So what is threat to food security? The threat of food security here is natural disasters and also transboundary zoonotic disease. But in Indonesia recently, food and mouth disease outbreak, it is a non-natural disaster that can also impact to the food security. So again, we have to pay attention here. So here the interface of sustainable agriculture, food safety, and food security. Here are inextricable linkage of human, livestock, companion animal, and wildlife health. So we consider about One Health initiative for sustainability of food system, food safety, and food security. Yeah. So the One Health initiative is that human health, in animal health, and ecosystem that are interrelated. Here, One Health is approach to promote, improve, and maintain the health and well-being of mankind and all creatures through increased cooperation and collaboration here between doctors, veterinarians, health personnel, and professional in the field of environmental. So also increasing participatory here and management leadership capabilities. So the role of One Health practitioners here. One Health practitioners in food safety and security bring together multidisciplinary teams consisting of experts from scientific, government, and public institutions to achieve meaningful changes in public awareness, policy, and practice that support the implementation of sustainable agricultural practices. So we can see here come from many disciplines here. So next to the last one, Dr. Christiana, for the conclusion here, if we can implement One Health concept or One Health approach in the effort on controlling FPD or to ensure the food system, food security, and food safety. Therefore, we have we can the aim of sustainable global food security and food safety can be easily be achieved here. Okay, this is the last one. Thank you very much for you all for the attention. Thank you very much, and I give time to the moderator again.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Dia, for very interesting discussion for today. So maybe we can move on to the Q&A session. But I haven't seen anyone on the chat box yet. Probably participants would like to have or to raise their questions directly to Dr. Dia. And again, I would like to encourage you to raise your question in Indonesian as well. You can help me with that. So while waiting for the question, Dr. Dia, so
yes.
Are you saying that you are also agree that eating bushmeat contribute in the increase of the foodborne diseases, even though if the meat was well cooked or processed?
I'm sorry, could you please repeat your question, Dr. Christiana?
All right. So I'm saying that are you also agree that eating bushmeat contribute in the increase of the foodborne disease, even though if the meat or the food itself were well cooked or processed?
Oh, okay. Bushmeat, as already shown in the slide, it also could be the foodborne disease agent because we don't know they harbor some foodborne disease agents or not, and by the processing or not, the human consume the bushmeat. So because we for here in our country, we still don't examine on bushmeat but people use the bushmeat like bat, snake, or others for treatment for drugs, or for some belief. So we still maybe we also have to give some what is called. We have to get more active, to
Surveillance, like do you mean like active surveillance?
Yeah, like this. So if someone like want to eat the bushmeat, etc., as we as a veterinarian can ensure that the food is safe, so they can eat or they need. I think that is the answer.
All right, thank you so much. So checking on the chat box and everybody's raising hand again. So while waiting as well again. So so if you're thinking about the Indonesian food, where we usually cook our food well, like gudeg, for instance, maybe everyone don't know gudeg yet. It's usually cooked overnight during the low heat. But we also heard with the mass food toxications often heard as well. So do you think what is actually contributing to foodborne disease cases in Indonesia? What are the key points actually?
So here
do you wanna respond in the chat one?
Yeah, this is the
okay. Yes, please. So we have a question here from Dr. Dia. from Dr. Zainal Khairuddin. How to properly handle meat from animal infected with zoonosis? Please.
I direct
Yes,
answer it.
please. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Zainal Khairuddin, for the question. How to properly handle meat from animals infected with zoonosis? So it is a good question, I think, because if you know the animals infected with zoonosis, of course, yeah, we have to treat, yeah, before go to the slaughter. We have to treat the animal. We have to isolate. We have to treatment with drugs or etc. And if we ensure that the animals already being ready to be cattle that going to slaughter, so it's okay. But if the farmer, yeah, if don't know it is zoonosis or not, but they know the symptoms of the animals that show the symptom of disease, like maybe getting thin, and also doesn't eat much like this, maybe they have to go to the veterinarian to ensure that the animals get the proper treatment. So handle meat from animals infected with zoonosis actually come from the animals itself. Because if meat already have foodborne disease agents, yeah, we cannot see because it is have to show with the microscope like that. So actually, we have to start from the farm, from the animals itself. I think this is the question, the answer for me. Is it okay, Dr. Zainal?
Yes. How is Dr. Zainal? Is it answering your questions or your queries? I can see okay in the chat. Thank you so much. I think, in short, what we can learn from Dr. Dia today is that resistance to antimicrobial are up on us. How we can work together and collaborate to slow down microbial resistance before it diminishes human life. The rising of human population has bring pressure to market demand of food production. This has started another complication in the battle of resistance. Even in 2019, WHO has reported at least 700,000 people are already dying of drug-resistant disease each year. So the number is predicted to rise to 10 million annually by 2050. Again, thank you so much, Dr. Dia, for your presentation. I would like to ask you all to put your hands together for our second presenter.
Thank you.
All right, now as the session has been up, I also would like to thank you all, the participants, and also the steering committee who has been working very hard behind the screen. Thank you so much, and now I'm passing the screen to Purisma. Purisma, back to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Christiana. Thank you, Dr. Dia. And thank you, Prof. Marco. So, ladies and gentlemen, that was the first plenary session of the second ICAVESS for today. And to capture these beautiful moments, we'd like to invite you to join into the virtual photo session. Therefore, we'd like to remind you to kindly open your video camera so we can see your bright and beautiful smile. Okay, let's wait for from the committee. Yep, we are still waiting for you, ladies and gentlemen, for you to open the camera. All right. For the first slide. On my count, ladies and gentlemen. All right. On my count. In 3, 2, 1, cheers. One more time. Okay. In 3, 2, 1, cheers. Let's move on to the next slide. There are more than 100 participants for this event, so we'd like to thank you very much for your participations. Okay, on my count again. In 3, 2, 1, cheers. One more time. In 3, 2, 1, cheers. All right, we'd like to ask for your patience because we still have more pages to capture. For the next slide, we'd like to invite all of you to open the camera again. Okay then, in 3, 2, 1, cheers. Yep, I think that would be enough, yes? Okay, all right, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Right after this, we are going to have the ICAVESS VET education, but before that, we are going to have the break session for 1 hour. So we are expecting you again to be here at the main platform at 12:30 Jakarta time. Once again, we are going to waiting for your attendance again here at the main platform at 12:30 Jakarta time to have the ICAVESS VET education session. My name is Rima and we'll be right back right after this. Thank you.
Jakarta is known as a city of education in Indonesia, and is close to the existence of the oldest state university in Indonesia, Universitas Gadjah Mada.
Profesor Supardi Animal Hospital, Faculty of Veterinary Medicine, Universitas Gadjah Mada, is one of Indonesia leading veterinary hospital facility that is based in Yogyakarta. This hospital is also integrated with Faculty of Veterinary Medicine, Universitas Gadjah Mada, as a teaching hospital for the student development and comprehensive studies in neurology. As an educational hospital, our practices implement the three principles of higher education, including education, research, and community survival. Our vision is to be superior, independent, and dignified world-class hospital, and we are with multicultural service, the interest and prosperity of Our mission is carrying out learning and service in the field of animal health to improve human well-being based on research. In addition, increasing education, research, and community service activity in the world-class animal health sector with corporate identity and building Indonesian social power.
qualified veterinary nurses, specialist technicians, and administrative staff. Our veterinary care goes hand in hand with a natural love for animals. This is demonstrated to each animal brought in, whether for a simple checkup or a primary medical treatment. Furthermore, they love animals as much as you do, and it is shown in everything they do. In addition, Professor Supari Animal Hospital also provides house call service. Among them, medical service and grooming can be done outside the clinic according to the agreement. In particular, we provide a laboratorium, hematology with full blood work panels, radiography, and other laboratory service with the results on the same day, so your pet doesn't have to wait for a diagnosis.
For this reason, we are looking
Derita bahaya jangan campur siasat semuanya. Selamat datang di tanah jahanam, membara buta yang selama ini tertanam. Feel the fire, everything will burn. Your heart's desire will never return. Everything you love is what we require. Let's start the fire, let's start the fire. berita bahaya, jangan kabur siasat semuanya. Selamat datang di tanah jahanam, membara buta yang selama ini tertanam. Feel the fire, everything will burn, your heart's desire will never return. Everything you love is what we require. Let's start the fire, let's start the fire.
Selamat siang Bapak Ibu yang kami hormati. Acara akan kami mulai sesaat lagi. Terima kasih. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The conference will begin shortly. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the first day of the second ICAVESS 2022. And right now, we are on the AAVS Vet Education session. This session mainly talk about the update of veterinary education, especially after the pandemic era and its future plan, of course. This AAVS Vet Education will be led by the Associate Professor Dr. Marianne Lela Flores, MHA. She is from University of the Philippines, Los Baños. Dr. Flores, are you joining us?
Yes, I am here. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. So welcome to this afternoon session on the veterinary education by the Asian Association of Veterinary Schools during this International Conference of Advanced Veterinary Science and Technologies for Sustainable Development, or ICAVESS. This session was organized and led by the AAVS Vet Education Enhancement Working Group, or VEEWG, as a venue to present and discuss some of the best practices in teaching, hands-on and clinical skills, which is one of the objectives of the said group. To start, may we please invite the AAVS President and VEEWG Chair, Professor Abdul Rahman Omar, the Dean of the Faculty of Veterinary Medicine, University Putra, Malaysia, to deliver the opening remarks.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mariana, for the kind remarks introduction. A very good afternoon, a warm welcome to all the participants to this special veterinary education session under the Asian Association of Veterinary Schools. So for today's session, we will have an opportunity to discuss on some of the advancements, changes that we have made in veterinary education in Asia. As what we mentioned by Dr. Mariana, this session is jointly organized by AAVS, University of Gajah Mada, and also by World Organization for Animal Health. Ladies and gentlemen, during the COVID-19 pandemic, many universities have adopted online hybrid as well as other innovative teaching approach in veterinary education. Some of the teaching approach and strategy that have been adopted by the various vet schools have been shared and discussed during the first ICAVESS that was conducted last year. Okay, so as we embrace strongly in 2022, we have noticed and realized many favorable indication in effective controls of COVID-19 virus. At the same time, many veterinary schools in the region have continued to explore practicals and innovative ideas and approaches to deliver veterinary education effectively, in addition to the typical conventional approach as we practiced before the pandemic. Furthermore, the pandemic as well as the need for all the vet schools to explore how we can produce competent veterinary graduates are important, especially looking into the fulfilling the diverse national and regional veterinary workforce. So therefore, veterinary schools need to look into our strategies, how we can ensure the veterinary education curriculums and the related processes are in line with the national and also the regional needs. So in today's conference, we will have the opportunity to listen to a few presentations, especially on lesson learned and some of the best practices in veterinary education post-COVID-19. We have invited 3 invited speakers from various veterinary schools. So we hope the participants of this session among the AVS members as well as among non-AVS members will find today's webinar enlightening with informations that are important so that we can continue to explore the opportunity to leverage on the existing collaboration and also creating new ones, especially in strengthening the veterinary education in Asia and our graduate core competency before they start to work and join the veterinary workforce. Before I pass the session to the moderator, I want to express my sincere appreciation to the speaker for sharing their valuable information. Thank you, Dr. Mariana, for moderating this session, and thank you to all the participants that able to join the session. I wish all of you fruitful and inspiring intellectual discourse. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the warm welcome, Dean Omar. Yes, we are so looking forward to hearing our three speakers this afternoon. So our first speaker comes to us from Chiang Mai, Thailand. She obtained her DVM degree with first-class honors from Kasetsart University and her Master of Science in Health Sciences from Chiang Mai University, and finally her Doctor of Philosophy from the University of Liverpool of the United Kingdom. Bestowed upon her were Exemplary Learning Award in 2019 and Excellent Teaching Instructor in 2020. Her interests lie in veterinary education, equine anesthesia, and animal-assisted therapy. Currently, she is the Deputy Director of the Teaching and Learning Innovation Center of Chiang Mai University, Thailand. To present the first lecture today on COVID-19 response research, lesson learned for online education, colleagues, friends, students, let us welcome Assistant Professor Dr. Sirinporn Pinsokmani.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for giving me a chance to be one of the speakers today. What I'm going to present is the COVID-19 response research lesson learned for online education. And this research was conducted during the first wave of COVID-19 pandemic in Thailand from March 2020 until April 2021 by a research team collaborating from two organizations in Chiang Mai University, which were Office of Educational Quality Development and the Teaching and Learning Innovation Center. The objective of this study was to compile the impact and adaptation of teaching and learning that took place during the pandemic at our university. We used mixed model analysis, which comprised of the quantitative survey using online questionnaires and the qualitative survey using focus group interview. For online survey, 303 instructors, which were 11.5% of the whole university instructor, voluntarily participated to our online survey. More than half of them were female and aged between 40 and 55, randomly from various fields. The students that voluntarily participated in our online survey were 875, which were 2.4% of the whole university students. 3/4 of them were female, and the year of the study were equally dispersed, except year 5th and 6th, which were applicable only some health science schools. The least survey response was from the student at social art. The qualitative investigation was conducted from 12 proportive sampling schools. The interviewee was divided into deans and administrators, instructors, supporting staff, and the students. Our research identified 5 dimensions of impact and adaptation: teaching and learning, student development activities, support of learning resource, learning assessment, and risk management. The first dimension, teaching and learning, how the instructor adapted the teaching media to online teaching. Most of the instructors create online media, and the reflection from the students show the same result. Only minor instructors that changed something. And interestingly, 40% of the instructors said that they also activate their online class to keep the student engagement. However, only 20% of the students can feel that. How the instructor adapted their tools and assignment. most of the instructors actively changed the way of the teaching. For example, they altered the class of submission channels, class activity, teaching format, and teaching tools. This reflects that the attempt to help the student learn under the crisis. And the student also reflect the same finding pattern, although in some lesser degree. As the instructor concerned a lot about their online student engagement, so they apply multiple platform and teaching tools to keep the student alert. Surprisingly, the survey result came out that the instructor were too optimistic. Almost half of the students feel negative on that. The focus group interview revealed that the students were actually well adapted to online tools due to their generation, but the too complex online platform and teaching tools were too confusing for them. The second finding dimension, student development activity, this was concluded from the interview only. The findings were actually pretty much common globally, that no online activity could fully replace the pre-COVID student development activities. This resulted in loss of not only student companionship, the relationship between student and instructor, but also the engagement to the university culture. And the most challenging issue was that the student could not seek out or reach the early help in emotional stress management. The third finding dimensions, support of learning resource. We surveyed the student problem during the online learning at the time, and no matter which school they were, the student stability was always the major issue. This has been reported to the university urgently and was improved later on. This emphasized that the internet stability is the most important fundamental factor for online learning, following by home environment and the lacking of online learning device. Teaching and learning device could also be an issue before the COVID. Every school annually survey to support their student that has no device. However, our COVID survey reflects that the device that instructors most commonly use were desktop and laptop, while the students use tablet and smartphones. This could lead to incompatibility of learning media. Instructor design not compatible to student device. The fourth finding dimension, learning assessment. This dimension became major concern during COVID-19. The survey asked the student opinion. Do they feel that their grades changed because of the exam adaptation to the situation? And asked the same question to the instructor as well. Most of the instructors did not concern much that their evaluation method would affect the student's grade. Some even feel that the student grade was higher. In contrast to the student feeling, almost half of the students seems frustrated that their grade was less than it should be. When asking about exam cheating, although the proof of the cheating was reported only less than 2%, but both instructor and students believe that there must be some cheating during the online exam. Our research team has extracted the information whether the instructor used any online exam management to prevent the cheating. The answer was yes. But still, none of the online exam management could overcome this concern. The final dimension, the risk management, this concluded from the interview. We found that during the crisis, every school firstly focused on the student need, Any decision making was performed by regular faculty board, not from the specific COVID response board. There was no specific COVID response board at the time. The prompt and quality response based on the readiness of related data and information. So it's not too surprised that health science schools were better in prompt response. However, based on the interview, there was no business continuity plan in any school at the time. What we would like to recommend from our research, the first is regularity of online platform can reduce student frustration during learning on their own. Second, the school or university should continuously educate and train the instructor for the principle and options of online learning and evaluation tools for online learning and also the online exam management handling. Third, hybrid learning is becoming the next theme of educational management. The school should support the infrastructure and consider providing teaching assistance and technical support. Fourth, the communication among students, instructors, school, and university is the most important during crisis. Finally, the more readiness database information, the better and quicker crisis handling. Thank you for your attention, and I am honored to be here today.
Thank you very much, Dr. Siriporn. That was very interesting. I think that's also similar to what we have informally noted here in the Philippines. The internet is very important, no? The infrastructure. Yes, so thank you for that. So for the audience, if you have any questions, please post them on the chat box before you forget. And we will have the open forum after the third speaker. So the next speaker is from Seoul, South Korea. He obtained his DVM, MS, and PhD degrees from Seoul National University, South Korea. He also did postgraduate trainings on acupuncture, cardiovascular and neurosurgeries, and emergency and trauma medicine. He is a professor on veterinary emergency and trauma medicine in the Department of Clinical Sciences, and is the director for Veterinary Emergency Center of the Seoul National University. He is also affiliated with the University of Florida and Indiana University as visiting professor and research assistant professor, respectively. His research interests are on cardiovascular medicine and surgery and traditional veterinary medicine, specifically on acupuncture in relation to stem cell and its effect on cardiovascular ER patient. Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to present to you Professor Dr. Min Soo Kim to talk about the value and effectiveness of simulation lab in veterinary education. Dr. Kim, please. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I am Dr. Min Soo Kim, has been working College of Veterinary Medicine, Seoul National University in South Korea. It is very honor for me to present the value and effectiveness of simulation laboratory in veterinary education at ICAVESS session in second ICAVESS. Here is the introduction. In medical education, as you know, that it is required to have necessary skills like physical examination, surgical skills, and CPR as well for students. Surely, it is also important to have access to live animals, especially in medical school and vet school. But unfortunately, we have lots of limitations like animal welfare, unnecessary pain for the animals, and euthanasia as a final step. in the actual education field. So we needed to figure out these limitations. That's why some medical school and vet schools are very interested in simulation-based learning system. This learning method is a special way to educate the knowledge, skills, and attitude for the animals and for the owners. In addition, from this system, we can get that live animals can be protected without the necessary harm. But frankly speaking, there are some difficulties in the preparation process, which required a high investment in the initial stage. But it is typically worth to have it in our field. So National University, we also have lots of burden and difficulties. But after overcoming many difficulties, Seoul National University College of Veterinary Medicine finally completed the simulation lab for small animal clinical education in 2021. The lab size is about 62.6 square meters. The total expense was about $100,000. As the main expenses, the purchase cost for special kinds of dummy was used. That is about $50,000. This simulation lab will be used as a new class for the selective course in SNU vet school. And whenever somebody wants to study clinical skills, they can use this simulation lab in any time. Here was the blueprint for the simulation lab. Actually, I designed this lab. Each station was separated independently, and it was an IT-based system using tablets. This simulation lab is consisted of a total 14 stations with basic skills, key skills, advanced skills, and surgical skills. From now on, we can see each station. As the first, here are stations for basic skills. These stations are composed of a physical exam, injection method, suture and tie method, surgical instrument packing, auscultation, and bandages. From these stations, students can get basic knowledge and skills for clinical approach to treated animals. As the key skills, intubation, thoracosynthesis, and CPR stations are included. From these three stations, students can get more advanced knowledges for severe patients or ER patients. For advanced skills, endoscope and ultrasound are involved as two stations. From these stations, students can get advanced diagnostic tools for the patients. One of the most important stations is this one, which is an operational simulation for bariohysterectomy. Senior vet school students join this bariohysterectomy training use a dummy with full surgical scrub. In this station, 2 or 3 students with main surgeon and assistant surgeon join there. From this station, students can get bariohysterectomy experience like real surgery in clinical field. Here is the further directions and conclusion. Simulation-based lab is typically a new education tool in veterinary medicine. Moreover, lots of students like to take a lab so that they can get the opportunity to gain confidence in core clinical skills, and they can competencies for medical experiences. But this simulation lab is just for the small animals, so we needed to prepare for large animal simulation lab in some day. In the future, this course will set up as a standard veterinary education course in SNU vet school, and finally can be used for objective structures clinical examinations to check their graduation status. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kim. Maraming salamat. So again, audience, if you have any questions, please put them on the chat box. Our third speaker is Professor Dr. Kiyoshi Sato from Yamaguchi, Japan. He earned his DVM degree and master's in agriculture from Miyazaki University and his PhD from the University of Tokyo. Dr. Sato is a professor and dean of the Joint Faculty of Veterinary Medicine and director of the Joint Graduate School of Veterinary Medicine of Yamaguchi University. Colleagues, students, let us welcome Dr. Kiyoshi Sato.
Okay. Thank you, Chair, for giving me this opportunity to do my presentation. My name is Koichi Sato, Yamaguchi University. In my presentation, I will introduce the state of digital technology-based education in Japan and the efforts of Yamaguchi University. In 2020, as in other countries, COVID-19 raged in Japan and students disappeared from university. However, we did not stop teaching, but used the facilities and equipment we had at the time to provide lectures and practical training to our students. We recorded lectures in empty classrooms and delivered them. We also made videos for various hands-on practices. Students watched these at their home. At the same time, the Japanese government launched the plan for the advancement of education at universities and College of Technology using digital technology to support education in the corona disaster. The total amount was 6 billion yen, 40 million US dollars. It's a big money. The government publicly side two plans. Yamaguchi University applied both plans. And fortunately, we were adapted. Today, I am going to introduce you to this plan 2. In plan 2, we built 2 systems. The first is the construction of practice content and practice systems using extended reality such as virtual reality VR, augmented reality AR, and mixed reality MR. The second was to create a new remote lecture system. We can use this system with a variety of web conference systems such as WebEx, Zoom, and Teams everywhere. Today, I would like to introduce our XR initiative. Unlike human medicine, there is not as much digital content in the veterinary field, education field. Therefore, we extract DICOM data from CT data of various animals and construct 3D images. Using this 3D data, we create tissues with the 3D printers and or VR images. Also, we created ICAVESS system. This is an educational content sharing system using VR to allow students to experience hands-on training in the field, which is not easily accessible to them. For example, a slaughterhouse is a narrow, dangerous, noisy, and dense site. The person in front of this photo is a veterinarian, and the student can only watch this person from a distance. So we created a system to record this scene with a 360-degree camera and share it with students in a lecture room. This system puts the teacher and the students in the same VR space, and teacher can point to indicate important points. All participants are shown by avatars and know where they are facing. The teacher can play and stop the video at will. This system runs on local Wi-Fi, so there is no need for an external server, and it doesn't cost any money. Please take a look at the following video. The sound is muted. Wait. This one? Okay, I start. First, you start ICAVESS, this one. Application. Then, select 360-degree pictures from here. Now, loading, and now we are in the slaughterhouse. This person is a veterinarian. The teacher can point anywhere in the movie, anywhere you want. You can use another type of pointer. You can leave marks like this. So it's easy to where we should concentrate. Now, students join this room. The teacher can explain to the students by using this one. So go back to the slides. We can share video you want. So you can use this system for any practices like this. I will show you another system named Swipe Video. The subject is surrounded by multiple cameras and filmed, recorded at the same time. The movie are edited into one content for Swipe Video. You can view Swipe Video content on your PC, smartphone, and tablet, everything. The left image is a video showing how to hold a dog and how to do the injection. The surrounding camera capture a bird's like a bird's eye view, and the teacher's camera is used to capture the subjective video. Students can freely switch between surrounding image and subjective images as they watch. The right one is a photo of the practice thread tying method. We took subjective and overhead images. This system can use an external server. Let's access the external server. I will show you. This one. So now practice tying, thread tying. So you can stop and you can move your viewpoint like this, and also zoom and zoom, and also you can change the subject mode. Of course, you can zoom or unzoom. It's very easy to move and easy to play. Okay, going back here. So if you are interested in this system, please contact Mr. Shimojo, this person. Okay, today I presented our efforts to digitize veterinary education. I believe we can apply our experience with the corona disaster to future veterinary education. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Sato. That was very interesting, but I'm just thinking that it's so expensive for the school. But that's just my first comment, I think. But it's very interesting. And we hope we could all visit Yamaguchi even just through online, no? So now we are ready to answer questions from the audience. May we request Dr. Siriporn, Dr. Kim, and Dr. Sato to turn on their cameras for the open forum. Okay. Thank you. So we already have actually our, hi. Yes. So we already have our first question, which was posted by Dr. Siriporn and answered also by Dr. Kim. Dr. Siriporn, do you have any follow-up questions for Dr. Kim? Or is his answer sufficient?
That sounds clear to me. So they kind of have a specific enrollment for the junior and senior student, and some of the other student maybe can join if they want to. But it wasn't like gonna be like walk-in sim lab, right? Am I right?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. So, and usually we are recommended just for the junior and senior students because they are already, have been doing in the clinical rotation. And SNU schedule, we started the clinical location, next semester of junior or the first semester of a senior student. But if a freshman or sophomore student, if they want, because some students just focus in a clinical part, right? I think you guys already know this. So for these guys, and if they want and they apply in SNU, not just College of Veterinary Medicine, just SNU in enrollment system, and then SNU system, and we tossed the message, and then our clinical faculties discussed in these students involved or not. And after we discussed that, all clinical faculties agreed is enrollment for the junior and is freshman or sophomore students, and these are all students. It's possible to join in simulation lab.
Okay.
Right. Thank you, Dr. Kim. Thank you, Dr. Siriporn, for your question also. Dr. Omar, you're okay with the answer also? And your question?
Oh, okay, great. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. So no more follow-up? I suppose.
I think there's another question in the chat box.
All right. Perfect. Thank you.
I just put one question there. I mean, probably.
Which one is this?
Okay, so I'm first, and the question about quality and its quality issues, right?
Guidelines, I think, is the question.
So the idea is by having virtual, we are able to reduce the number of times the students spend on animals. I mean, definitely we can do that, right? So is there any guidelines if we were,
Yes, that is a great question. Yeah, that is typically clinical, and consideration even for us. So that's why, and because for senior students, which guideline is a perfect guideline for the graduate student, we don't know. So that's why we just focused on the clinical parts, just one surgical procedure like ovarian hysterectomy. So one student, if finished, ovarian hysterectomy from start to the finish that, and all procedure we compared from simulation lab. So that's why simulation lab is composed of 14 stations from, physical exam to the last station is ovarian hysterectomy. Is kind of rare. That is guideline. So this guideline is I'm just learned from United States VESCO or some European VESCOs.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
May I have to Professor Kim?
Yes, please.
Okay. This is Sato. Thank you for your very interesting presentation. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so in Japan, we also have not such a good one, but very reasonable, small, we call us simulation laboratory. So, but our program is, okay, we prepare some room, okay, student, you can use here, but student is not so much using that place. So we would like to introduce the students repeatedly use that system. Do you have something like a problem in Korea?
That's good questions. I already know that Nippon in university they already prepared the simulation lab. Also, their professors used for the graduation in this system. I already know that. So yes, and because students, it's some students very interesting, but other students they are not interested. So we are some obligation to complete this simulation lab. For example, on this semester, and we simulation lab is we kind of we have some part of a graduation course for the senior students. So all senior students who want to graduation, they're typically completed this course. It's kind of an obligation. So that's why, and all senior students, even if they don't want, and all graduate student or all prepared student is joined in this simulation lab. And sometimes freely or and freedom is I like that, but for education is I just want to give some obligation for the students. That's my idea. I don't know.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. And one more question is, if after that class obligation, if students want to use by themselves, they can use anytime they want or not.
Yes. If and even if they complete or finish this course, some student or some vet, SNU vet, not just the student, if they want to use this simulation lab, and they directly contacted SNU, and reservation system, And SNU reservation system is they control to use in this simulation lab. So not just the College of Veterinary Medicine. SNU is controlled in the reservation, is all controlled in this simulation lab.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. I should go to your university.
Yes, sure. Welcome. I like that.
Always, we should learn. We can learn from. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Sato, also for your questions. Are there any other questions? I'm sorry, there's something wrong with my camera. It will not turn on. So you just see my picture. I have a question, though, for Dr. Siriporn. You mentioned about the difficulty in the teaching activities and the submission channel and all of that. So my question is about the teaching platforms, because you did not mention what teaching platforms were used by the instructors. And in the focus group discussion, you said that there was some difficulty for them to use. Thank you.
Yeah. So during the COVID-19, the instructors want to keep engagement to the student. So they try many ways of using platforms. They ask the student to come to Zoom just to for lecture, and they ask the student to go for the assignments, maybe in Line group or Facebook group or something like that, and then they ask the student to submit to another platform. These things are quite confusing to the student, and if this is for one session, another session may have another set of the platforms, you know what I mean? So,
yes.
So the students seems to be confusing, even though they know how to play with Facebook, Line, and all the LMS. I mean, maybe in Moodles or Canvas or Blackboard or anything like that, they're quite familiar with, but because of the management, that's too confusing for them, so they can't keep it up.
All right, thank you. Yes, I think if the teachers do not stick to just one LMS, learning system, then it gets confusing for everyone. Thank you. We have a question here from Vista for Dr. Sato. If maybe in Indonesia would like to develop your interesting content sharing system using VR, could you please give us suggestions? What should be prepared first, the system or the tools? Thank you very much.
Yeah, I have already sent back a message, but first, recently the VR goggle and the 36-degree camera is become a little bit cheap. So you should try to shoot something you want and then try to use the goggle. And after that, we would like to introduce our system venture company to you. So please discuss with them.
All right, thank you. Yeah, I didn't see your answer, but yes, thank you for the explanation. Any other questions?
And actually, I have a question about Professor Sato.
Yep.
And during your DX, education, is it possible to international students or VET see the course simultaneously via YouTube or some connections?
Yeah, actually, we established this system just 2 months or 3 months ago. So now we are trying to use the system for our undergraduate students. Mm-hmm. So after that, maybe next year, we would like to share with some our cooperative universities such as Gajah Mada or such as IPB or something like that in Indonesia. Mm-hmm. And of course, we would like to use this system, would like to share this system with other Asian countries. So please discuss with us. Thank you very much, Professor Kim.
Great. Thank you so much. Thank you. Wonderful.
Thank you, Professor Sato. There are no more questions posted on the chat box. And I have a question, though, for Dr. Kim.
Yes.
It seems very expensive. The simulation lab. How is this funded? Is it by the government, private, or the students pay somewhat for it?
Mainly from governments, because to prepare this simulation lab, I already talk about these expenses in dummy. That is the major part for the expenses. So during 4 or 5 years, we bought in lots of special dummies using government funds, because in each stations they have each special dummies there. So that's why, and after finished preparation is all dummies, and then I talk to the dean or associate dean and just want to start it in the design for the simulation lab. And then that's why, and I started the design 2 years ago, but that time, and just the design fee and the space and some electric connection system or another device, ultrasound in endoscope, that's some big issues, but there are some companies donate these 2 machines. So that's why during 2 years we don't have a big money.
All right. Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, it's our also wish list to have that. And also Professor Satu's VR and DX, it's our wish list as always. And it's always the funding. Okay, here's a question from Tegu. Dr. Kim, since we have many species animals should be studied by students, how many species dummies are prepared in your simulation lab?
Yes, and this is typically also great questions about our simulation lab. This simulation lab is just for the canine and feline, but frankly speaking, this semester some students who are interested in exotic or wild animal, they requested to me, Dr. Kim, why we don't have prepared in the exotic or wild animals. And I recognize very well, but in a limitation of space, limitation funds. So, and next, program is we prepare the large animal simulation lab, not just a wild or exotic animal, but I don't know. But after in the future, that's why we will have a meeting, right? And for example, in the Taiwan or in Japan is big powerful treated in wild animal or exotic animals. So small animals can cover as a new. Also, DX system can cover Japan, and we are possible or exotic and wild animals can cover Indonesia or Taiwan or Thailand, even Philippines. So we discuss this system. Is a student can join or YouTube or and digital system, they can get a great information. That's my idea, but I don't know.
Yeah, that's a very good goal, I think.
Yeah.
And also with the ICAVESS, I think that can be achieved, no, Dr. Omar?
Yeah, thank you, Professor K. We will take up the idea, see, and is there any takers that we can see all the vet school can work on the different species dummy so that we can have a complete set of the different. Thank you. We can explore this suggestion. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Here's another question from Fangsha Chang from Taiwan. I just wonder what would be the best capacity to accommodate students in simulation lab or VR lecture.
Saito, please. Professor Saito, too
I'm
much.
Sure
Too
because
much.
some specialists do such calculation. So I'm sorry, I'm not sure now. But we use a very standard VR camera and VR goggle, so it's not so big size, I believe. I'm sorry, I don't have not so much idea.
And Dr. Kim, you mentioned 14, right? 14 stations?
Yes. Yeah, 14 stations. I already talked that. Yes.
Yeah, so 14 stations, but in each station only one student, correct?
Yes, and usually each students. Yes, for each station.
Station.
Yes, each student.
Okay. But if you want to stretch it, can you accommodate 2 students per station?
Sure, yes.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. I think that's a very good answer. Yeah, thank you. It's a lot. Oh, wish list. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Any other questions? Any other questions? Oh, another question.
Yes, and okay, yes, it's. I think always welcome to come, SNU Simulation Lab. Also, yeah, it's finishing this big conference next Monday. I will present in front of a dean and associate dean about this one. In that time, I strongly recommended all AAVS members typically come to our simulation lab.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. And with that,
so we will support, and AVS will support, and definitely we can learn a lot from SNU, from Dr. From Yamaguchi.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. And with that warm invitation from Dr. Kim to Korea, we wrap up this session. Very interesting topics. Thank you very much for sharing, Dr. Siripor, Dr. Sato, and Dr. Kim. And thank you to all our audience, participants who ask questions and who are here to listen to us. Thank you very much. And again, I would like to invite the participants to please complete the evaluation form, which the link is provided in the chat box. And you will receive your certificates of participation from UGM in your email. So make sure that your email is correct when you fill out that form. And now I would like to present to you the Vice President of AAVS and Co-Chair of the VEEWG, Professor Fang Chia Chang, Dean of School of Veterinary Medicine, National Taiwan University, to deliver the closing remarks.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, Dr. Omar, Dr. Frost, and all the participants. This is Fang Chia Chen, the Dean of the Veterinary Medicine at National Taiwan University, and I also serve as the Vice President of AAVS. The AAVS is an international organization for veterinary education institutions in Asia for the purpose of advancing and enhancing the education, research, and public service in the veterinary science. As we know, there are increased or emerging challenges in veterinary medicine, such as the transboundary animal disease, zoonotic disease, antimicrobial resistance, new techniques in caring and therapies for companion animals, and the transformation of veterinary clinical service in this post-COVID era. Veterinary education needs to respond to these challenges and address these important issues. Since the outbreak of COVID-19 in 2019, the pandemic affects the veterinary students' training a lot, especially in the clinical training. Many lectures, laboratory parties, and clinical training has been changed to the virtual lectures. Today, we are really appreciate Dr. Frost representing AAVS Veterinary Education Enhancing Working Group to organize these special sections and demonstrates the best practice in teaching hands-on and clinical skill via online or hybrid lecture or simulation approach. We also thank 3 invited speakers in these sections for sharing their experience from the online lecturing, demonstrating the value and the effectiveness of simulation laboratory in veterinary education, and depicting the VR teaching equipments for the next generation veterinary education. For my perspectives, I am very interested in the establishment of the simulation laboratory and the VR techniques in our veterinary school. And we just begin trying to establish some VR lecture courses in our school. hopefully we also can share our experience in the near futures. I believe from these three presentations, this give all the participants some ideas of how to face the transformation in the veterinary education in this post-COVID era. I think the COVID pandemic is getting mild and the cases are declining. So we might resume the face-to-face meeting and the in-person lectures pretty soon. In closing, I want to thank you for all of the participants taking this time to join this section and discussions, and wish everyone keep good health during this COVID-19 pandemic. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chang. So thank you very much, everyone, for attending the Asian Association of Veterinary Schools Veterinary Education session. We hope to see you in future conferences, whether online or in person. Bye. Take care.
Bye-bye. Thank you very much.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye. See you later. Thank you so much, dear professors and doctors from the Asian Association of Veterinary Schools. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, now we are moving on to the parallel session. But before that, we'd like to capture this moment again. So if you don't mind, would you like to open the camera, please, since we are going to capture your beautiful smile for today. Okay, so we are still waiting for your participation for this virtual photo session. All right, so on my count, ladies and gentlemen, in 3, 2, 1. Let's move on to the next slide, please. In 3, 2, 1. Cheers. And for the last one, perhaps, okay? On my count, again, in 3, 2, 1, cheers. Okay? Oh, we still have got one last page. In 3, 2, 1, cheers. All right, thank you very much for your patience, for your participation. Again, dear doctors and professors, may we give a virtual applause, of course, for showing our appreciation to our distinguished speakers and invited speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Now we are moving on to the parallel session, and we'd like to remind you for the presenter, kindly join to the link that has already provided for you on your email and also on the program book. And for the non-presenters, you can pick which link is more suitable for you or which one is more suited for your research interest. Okay, and all the further details and further information you can easily find on the program book that already provided and already sent to your email. And after the parallel session, you might have the closing, so we don't have to come back again to the main platform here with this link. And ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow we are still going to have the second day of the second ICAVESS 2022 at the same time. So please don't forget that tomorrow we're going to start the meeting at 7:30 a.m. At 7:30 a.m. we're going to start the meeting again. So my name is Karisma Dewi. It's really nice to meet you even virtually here. I'll be back tomorrow. Have a fruitful and enjoyable discussion. Thank you. Bye.